Didn't get back on last night. I said I was tired. I pretty much instantly fell asleep. My sleep schedule is not good for work, but a real chance I will not be having any this week. Better or worse. Probably. At least I'll get my sleep okay. Dude. Could still pop up. Alright, so anyways, nobody cares about that. When we left off, under the bunker was Lempo. Finnish mythology, psychological horror, realism thing. I've enjoyed it so far, I would say. I don't think it's out of jank or, set my world on fire, but I'm enjoying the vibe, the surreal atmosphere, that it isn't just walking around with a spooky guy jump scaring you in the forest. There's like a mix of structures and different stuff to see. I like the sound design and all that. It's been cool. More unique imagery here and there, or at least areas that feel strongly put together. Pace has been fine. There's been a bit of puzzling and stuff. Some of it's taken time more than being really difficult, and some of it's just been fine. Definitely a little bit more thought than like a walking sim or something, but nothing where we have to kind of go back and forth between places. This might change though. This level might change that. I'm iffy on the health thing. I do think the feel of the stick controls is like a little off. And the menus are actually just bad. That's probably the worst part. You're like constant. You like have to. All of your newest shit's at the bottom, and it takes like like a year just to get through it. Give us some loud sound effects too. Turn those down a bit, but game's also had crashing problems. That sucks. Speaking of, it's been cool so far. In some ways more interesting than I expected, and in some ways probably not where we need to take that. Loud. Got quite the pipes on him. Sleep here. Comfy place. different combinations. Let's hope we don't have to avoid this guy too hard.
To the untrained eye, it might seem like darkness, but it is indeed light we are surrounded with. Satan's forces make it feel like it wants to harm us, but we know better.
Bridge game. This game's loud as fuck. The loud noises keep surprising me. I mean, the game's not immune from loud equals scary type of shit, but it's not really jump scary-ish. It just has loud sound effects, man. And sometimes the game's almost, it's a cool part of it, like almost chill, relaxing. Some of the imagery is like, I'm not gonna go so far as to say it's like Yume Nikki, but how it has like a mix of like spooky, but also just kind of odd or mixed vibe. The only safe place I can think of is back at the start, honestly. Could run south. Check the videotape, but we need more of these gold eggs anyways to attach to the door. Turn off all of them. 7024.
Struggle and come to our church. It is a safe place for all. All you have to have is faith. We'll do the rest. Salvation is here. In your struggle and come to our church. It is a safe place for all.
have to have is faith. We need to do the rest.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the PS5 crashes games a lot more than any console I've played. I think the Xbox One was a close second, but this game, the length I've played it, this might take the cake. I don't know if this was like outsourced. That's usually the case with like crash heavy boards.
Even though I was in the middle of it, living it, feeling everything concretely, it was hard to grasp the reality of my situation. It felt unreal. It felt like I could so easily just give in, die, and then wake up in my own bed. I had to keep telling myself to be careful, so I would remember that it was indeed not a dream, and that I was actually fighting to stay alive. It's a bizarre thing to tell yourself, but I had to remember. I had to keep fighting.
The narration and stuff, I have two minds on it. I mean, obviously the VA is not the best. You know, I'm not gonna shoot. But it's got a charm. There's times I feel like I'd probably rather just have the environmental storytelling happen, or maybe a more subdued kind of like dialogue style kind of match this kind of dreamy surrealism. It's not quite like some hyper dreamy surrealism, but it's got enough of that, like a mix of reality and different times and horror and maybe a plain matter of fact kind of almost casual way of talking about what's going on isn't quite what I'd like. I don't think it's like fuck or anything, but one of those things where they kind of explain feelings or remind you of feelings, I guess, that could be inferred through, you know, like, he cares about his family. Well, we got the drawing. We have things that could pop up in the world. I mean, maybe you don't. Maybe you want to have it a bit more in your face. I don't think this is like a chatty game. It's not the medium kind of problem where too much talking that takes away from the horror by sheer immersion breaking. I don't think it's like that at all. That's why I'm not really like super negative on that part, but I mean, the meanest thing to say would be that it has indie game energy. like first game energy. And I mean, I like that kind of thing. I like the raw passion and just going for shit. But on the flip side, there's a cheapness or a compromise there. Sometimes isn't always good, I guess. I'm babbling. I'm just talking. I mean, I want to get over there. There's clearly some shit, but I feel like I'm gonna die. Oh, they don't even let you jump in here. Huh, that's interesting. They let you jump off that cliff, but not here. Across the water. Thanks. Oh.
There are 27 children at this moment.
Huh. I need to find some plane. Yeah, the other thing that's a little questionable is maybe the ticking clock. Your health constantly drains in this game if you couldn't tell. I mean, it gives a reason and a more like upfront way to like explore and reward exploration and all that and add like tension, I guess, but I don't know. I mean, it's ignorable to a certain extent, and I like the mix of horror, but also kind of almost dreamy surrealism. I don't know if like a ticking clock's really. I'm in love with the idea. Oh, I see. Couldn't interact with it from the other side. It's definitely not like a bad thing.
Maybe just a little swim. The water looks calm, doesn't it? Inviting.
He's back.
Trapped.
You can. Shortcut I got. Oh, or I just put myself in a bad position. I just want to grab the soul residue.
You are mine.
How do we get over there? Oh well, I guess, huh?
Someone died here. Can you smell it?
There's no smell in video games, sadly. Or maybe not, sadly. I think I want to be smelling what they're cooking up here.
There are 27 children at this moment.
But yeah, I mean, it's not like some kind of robust, crazy gameplay systems, and it doesn't need to be. it's not quite like we just force something in the game to like give it a gaminess tier. Played a lot of stuff like that where it's like your Planet Alana type of thing where like it might as well have just been like a fucking walking sim or short movie kind of thing. The gameplay is like almost just there to justify it being a game. It's not like that here, especially with all the puzzles and items and stuff. But we'll see. We'll see how I feel about it by the end. A lot of it's going to be resources and insta kills. It's not a punishing game, even though it comes across that way. I haven't really browsed people's thoughts on it much, but the little I have seen, you see some people bitch about that element of it, and I think it's almost deceptive. The point where it's like, I don't even know if it's worth having. But maybe it is. I'd rather have an uncompromising vision with all of its faults than some fucking one-size-fits-all shit.
Pretty much what I thought.
Because when you die, you don't lose any progress. You lose max health. You get max health back by giving 10 soul residue. It's also how I full heal, so it's good to find more. I've got plenty. But I'm also a slow game player. Especially a game like this, I like to soak it in, so. Not really good for that style, but lighting a fire in your ass, not a bad thing. Apparently.
I say, embrace it. Embrace the darkness. Let your feet sink into the rotten ground beneath you. Feed the worms of the earth with your sins, and let them feast on your undeserving body. Don't find it. Become one with it, and fulfill
We found the other
desires
testimony.
of the one true God. There is no way out.
That'll start back up. Not seeing much else here. So yeah, on the horror side of things, it's a mixed bag of stuff. Chase scenes, sometimes just scripted spookiness, sometimes just raw atmosphere. This looks won't end well. Water, ice, or snow. Lightning. Piss. Always seed. Little piss droplet. One. These tend to unlock heal stations. Is this actually weaker now? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Quite a bit weaker. At full heal. I've got some extra visits. Haven't seen a bed. Juicy. Enhances the abilities of the snake. Dude. Really? What way? You can just hold more. going deep as I sniff the nose. He did say to collect these. This is gonna be far back. Yeah. 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 Hope they can get that fixed. Well, here's cool enough. But only the constant crashing definitely takes the wind out of your sails. The crashes before this were fortunate, you could say.
You who wander in the dark, lost from the joys of the world once known to men. Many are the reasons to feel your soul.
In the sense that
You who wander in the dark.
they crashed close to when I saved. Not so much. Well, let's go back the way we came, I guess. Obelisk.
What was that?
What's up, Cora? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I ate the rest of mine today. Usually I don't burn the top of my mouth. Sometimes I'll burn my fingers a little if I'm not careful. I'll grab it. I want to grab a piece, but unplay it, and then store some. I'm like, whoop. Don't have a pizza scoop. cutter. Try to use the pizza cutter, but sometimes it's not the best. Yeah, I bought a Supreme a couple days ago. For me, I'd say I'm not a huge Supreme guy. More of like a cheese, pepperoni, or maybe like meat lovers. Barbecue chicken's pretty good. A lot of those you can't really buy. It's not that deep.
It is not unclear to God. The human is lost. Not the first human the race has kept. Not the last. Just let the children play outside, by themselves. And not go far. Nothing bad can happen. Lempo's grasp is tight, and the power of a spell is only growing. It is the feast. It is not unclear to God. The human is lost. Not the first human the race has kept.
It's been a bit since I bought fries. I thought about it, but I ended up buying some the pre-made diced potatoes with some big peppers in them. I can make that myself pretty easy, but I was just like, yeah, I don't feel like it. Bought like a cheap bag of it. The fry addiction? I like fries. Yeah, I do. They are good. In any form, really. Take the waffle ones, the more potatoey ones. I mean, I prefer just the classic. Just crisp enough, golden. Great ones, but do a curly. Sweet potato. A lot of the time I won't even put any sauce on them. Lempo. Right. Yeah, some good seasoning. It's always nice. Could get some of that Red Robin season. That shit's pretty good. Sure, that Old Bay is not bad. What was that? Oh, dude. I buy pre-made fries. They tend to kind of come pre-seasoned. The hand grabs a sore. Yeah. Hasn't been Lempo yet. Got its moment, but enjoyable. Got its problems for sure too, though. But it's got a strong enough atmosphere and imagery at times that it makes up for a lot of crashing on PS5. Got some questionable VA, but it's not. It doesn't come in too often, and it's got a charm to it. And then the mechanics are okay. I mean, there's some cool puzzling. It's definitely not just walking sim. The constant health drain and max health loss is not as bad as it seems, but it takes a bit to kind of get over it, I guess you could say. Are there like little levers I have to pull in this fucking area? That seems like a nightmare. Oh, I waste my time with this shit, but I'm gonna go check. If that's the only one. Probably know it has nothing to do with down here. Yeah, okay. Literally just could have been something else for another place. Maybe I just unlocked the door. That I'm about to walk through without noticing.
Never get out.
I mean, it doesn't seem that bad of a maze or anything. It's just, you have clear your landmarks. There's doors everywhere, but... I have been to the other side of this. Weird. I don't know what the point of that was underground there. I mean, I guess side stuff. There's loot. Pity. Not really. Alright, I'm gonna go back and check the far side. These have like labels on them, like they're gonna be a puzzle. Maybe there's like an order you're supposed to go. But all roads kind of lead to Rome here, so there must be something beyond it, possibly. This is the church, right? Maybe it's not. I'm gonna just go up here anyways. We could go back later. It would make more sense if the church was on the far side. Opera mask. Get better night vision. Interesting. I mean, considering the game opens up with saying put the game as dark as you can bear, and the options, kind of funny that they would then turn around and say, here's a mask that lets you see in the dark. Or does it? No, actually. Pretty sure it does. Yeah. I just think there's like loot. I mean, there's upgrades and loot and stuff. It's not like some robust. Huh. I saw this from far away. It was just a glitch thing, but I mean, it's something to go along with the rest of it, right? But anyways, the current goal right now is to get all of the shattered pieces of a giant golden egg. Be able to get through a door. That'll lead us to the next layer of the
Stay calm. Just need to find the right door.
dimension here. I don't know what there is to panic about. He's got like clear signs of like progress and stuff. Like unless it's like a hole in the ground, then that might be hard to see. Nothing over here. So I'm guessing going underground was actually necessary. Then maybe the entrance is in an area that you can
I had
only
a
get to
sense
from
that I
there.
wasn't alone in the maze.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably not, man. Wait. Oh, something back there. I don't know if I have to interact with the middle here. Let's see. There's some arrows there. Let's give him a wide berth. He's doing a little dance. Not sure what we're supposed to do there. Just walk through it. Okay. Maybe it's just like you see close to you better in the dark. Yeah, that would make more sense. So I guess to explain the game, I mean, probably should do that now that we're into the stream a little bit here. So here's some Finnish guy, works at an office. You're the last one out. You know, of course, if you're Finnish, you work in a giant forest. Not the tech office. And And so when he walks out, he loses his way, even though it's very easy not to, so there's something weird going on. Go empty-handed. Creature under the bridge is always so yeah, he gets lost, and then you find out you're essentially in this dreamy sort of betwixt reality and something else. There's some kind of sort of entity, Lempo, which I don't know if it's a specific thing or just a place. Given some kind of thought, essentially you're kind of trapped here. You've seen like notes from your grandfather.
Not free. Not free.
Oh.
Need food. Mushrooms. Bring me. You can go.
A big one.
Healthy one. A big one.
But anyways, so yeah, you're kind of having to do these maybe arbitrary things to kind of slowly make your way into deeper into the it only costs 2 to full refill? Didn't refill them until I'm fully out. Waste. I thought it was just going to be a cost for each individual charge. That would make sense.
It looks reasonably safe. Where there's smoke, there's fire. I wonder if grandfather passed through here.
But yeah, so he's finding letters from his grandpa. Says that maybe they have something in them that kind of gravitate towards this place. I mean, whether it's his grandpa or not, who knows? But the village. Might be kind of a surreal, dreamy thing. It's kind of got a more matter-of-fact kind of narration and story. Like he's very aware he's trapped here, and that he states very clearly that it's weird and shit like that. A lot of monsters and all that. And some stuff personal to him, some stuff maybe not. Wait, there was something back here, I forgot. It's a cute little setup. It's not like super strong or anything. I mean, like I said, it's more about the atmosphere. And honestly, I feel like they could even cut the story back and it would have almost a more mysterious, strong kind of feeling atmosphere.
I'm sure it's something that could happen to anyone. Porter simply didn't know that walking straight into a dark forest might not be the greatest idea. To make matters worse, he's now decided that his strategy is to get even more lost. Oh, Paul, some things just don't work that way. You can't keep getting yourself more wet and expect to get dry at some point. But at least for us, it's some quality entertainment. We'll come back to Paul soon. But for now, let's listen to some news.
Nice news. There's a few of those here and there. There's kind of like a tweaking, I feel like, of the dialogue. There's like a cheese to it that I don't think is quite intentional sometimes. Definitely don't think it's like a bad, like, big knock, but I don't know if it adds much. He's I guess another thing is he's a father of a son. He's got a wife, Bill, grandfather who we're talking about. That's important stuff. It's stuff you kind of get from the environment, but they might have wanted to tell it a bit more distinctly. Is the Shrooms legend?
Welcome to my kingdom, stranger! Do you like it? Me and my family are so happy here. My cousin is a gatekeeper nearby. He keeps us safe. Welcome to my kingdom, stranger! Do you like it? Me and my family are so happy here. My cousin is a gatekeeper nearby. He keeps
Murder
us
and
safe.
Harvest and Joel. No. I mean, I already took his family. There's been choices like this, where there's like kind of like a, you know, pay respects to a sailor who killed himself or don't, you know, kind of shit. Don't know. There's a lot of secrets I feel like in this game. I mean, there was a statue earlier we saw that had like 5 things you could put down on it. I haven't even found a single one. Who knows? Maybe there's New Game Plus stuff. Maybe there's just a lot of secrets. I mean, it's big maps with a lot of trees and brush. I'm just rolling. I mean, you could. I mean, when you die, it gives you the objective to retrieve your essence. So maybe there's, you know, a no death thing. Who knows? So what happens happens. That's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, they keep mentioning that, like, if you don't get your essence, you're fucked. Really don't need to use this anymore with the opera mask, huh? I think having a thing that's like all forest is cool and a neat way to kind of look at like signposting and use of color and all that to draw your eyes. Because I mean, nothing harder than trying to find details in a forest, right? If you played Elden Ring, I mean, just think about going to the forest area, trying to comb it over something open, right?
Feed yourself to the monster.
A whole lot of land out.
This mushroom looks different, but it's already dead.
Like use of sound or glowing lights or something like that. So maybe if you didn't have any of that, it'd be pretty annoying. But then I guess it's like, you know, how much do you do if you do want to have like secrets and shit?
They don't want you here.
I guess the answer is you're gonna make it really hard. Sometimes you gotta put small rewards in a way if you really want people to find some. I mean, that does mean it's really rewarding when you do get something really big and something difficult, but I guess that's a risk for a lot of devs. Or you'd have some kind of game structure that can reward you big all the time. I didn't see that.
You think I don't know?
Miranda,
How stupid do you think I am?
what are you talking about?
I saw you with the girl. She looked so young, I don't even dare to call her a whore. I don't know what
Whore?
she sees in an old fuck like you.
What are you...
I thought to myself that, okay, if he can go fuck whoever he likes, then I can too. I had a great time with Roy last
The
night.
real horror.
He's coming again tonight.
Family drama. Fake family
Roy's a
drama.
real alpha male, unlike you. He knows how to please a woman. I hope you never come
Oh,
home.
really?
Me and Elijah, we're
That's
happy
scary.
without you. Roy can take care of us.
Cuck ending, dude.
The voice was so real, it was hard not to take the words seriously.
I don't know.
I had to believe it was some kind of
I feel like that's like a
music.
classic, just stock ring sound.
It almost worked.
Like an old school ring sound. Cucked by Faye, something like that.
It was quite obvious that the Force didn't want me to go in that direction. And at that occasion,
Oh,
I didn't take
invisible
it as a
wall
challenge.
justification. That's fine. Maybe you could have a little weird noise or something. Yeah, that's spooky though. Surprised you haven't had that happen before. Of course, you can just open it now. Red light. Quick way back. mushroom guy. We've got your dead wife here instead. I won't murder ya. It doesn't feel like the kind of game that's like secretly like wants you to be like evil to get something. I don't think those were there before, but or I just didn't notice. Oh, is it the beta or something? Alpha? How was it? I mean, clearly they need another game. Not that like Warframe's probably doing horrible, but I mean that kind of thing. It's hard to keep going, especially as a free-to-play model forever. So I gotta wonder their next game. I mean, when they have so few, what that's gonna be. Coffee. I might go guzzle down something a bit more refreshing. I got an energy drink, but not really hydrating. So do they just call it Soulframe just because Warframe? Or does it actually have relations? Oh, really? Yeah, that sounds fucked. So the old director of Warframe left to go make that. Or not left, but went to go make that. And then the HR lady or whatever, PR lady took over. Spare Jewel. Yeah. Spare. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta wonder if it's just the name as well. Another coded message. I feel like Warframe story is pretty out there anyways to understand. Probably read this. Oh. Egg piece and shirt. Yeah. Is this just nonsense? B-I-E-E. is it just anagrams or not anagrams? The missing letters. Yeah, that's what it seems like. I'm gonna take a picture of this, one sec. Gotta work it out. I liked it for a bit. I played it for a while, but that was so far back that not even recognizable. And the story was never the draw, that's for sure. There pretty much wasn't one. BDEAFKJCLANLIHHORM. And what am I supposed to like rework this? Like bed. NL's not even anything. But maybe all it says is just a piece in church and there is no second sentence and you're just supposed to like slide each of them in, but on the back it tells you the answer. That'd be so weird. Like, why even have the riddle then? I mean, the last riddle they did was pretty much useless too. It was just stuff you already knew that took forever to fucking code out. And then just the code for the safe at the bottom, which you could figure out intuitively. I'm not seeing something here. If there's something I need to know, then oh well. Oh yeah? I don't doubt it. Oh, you're trying to cheat your way out? There you go.
Welcome back, everyone. Last time we introduced our latest contestant, Paul.
Well, it is alpha to their credit, I guess.
You who wander in the dark, lost from the joys of the world once known to men. Many are the reasons to fill your souls with hatred, and few are the reasons to navigate to clear waters and
I don't know how buggy Warframe is.
a new day. I say, embrace it. Embrace the darkness.
Maybe I should go another way.
Sink into the rotten ground beneath you. Feed the worms of the earth with your sins and let them feast on your undeserving merit.
Why?
True God, there is no way out.
Never tell if it's a gaminess that they say that or an expectation for you to like break the rule essentially. Like them just like, hey, yeah, you know, you should probably help you out, you know. So far just running around aimlessly in the forest has not done much for me.
You who wander in the dark, lost from the joys of the world once known to men. Many are the reasons to fill your souls with hatred, and few are the reasons to navigate to clear.
So does it have an interesting like aesthetic and shit?
I say, embrace it. Embrace the darkness. Let your feet sink into the rotten ground beneath you. Feed the worms of the earth with your sins, and let them feast.
They look kind of just like medieval fantasy. At least Warframe kind of had this like weird like melee action, funky art style, sci-fi mix thing going on. Like weird ninja freaks in space. BattleNet? Why BattleNet? Bethesda has nothing to do. Didn't Bethesda buy that studio? Okay, so was it Microsoft who bought Obsidian or Bethesda that bought Obsidian, then Microsoft bought them? Either way, they're not connected to BattleNet. Yeah, I mean, if you install any Activision Blizzard thing, to your PC, it installs BattleNet. Like when I downloaded StarCraft 2 Remastered, it did, but weird. Why? Sadly, BattleNet opens in the background every single fucking time. Open Game Pass now. Maybe just unify those. The whole BattleNet. Like.
Oh no. No, not you again.
Am I running from him? Cool. Oh, I'm supposed to run past him, I guess. You can disable that. Disable BattleNet opening up. I'm gonna do that then. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I hate that they default
Daddy
that.
will be home soon. Paul, wherever you are, we need you here.
God, they keep making you relog into BattleNet too. As your session's expired. Something. Yeah, let me find that. I don't want that. Settings. So you just disable the extension? I know why you're supposed to keep it on. Oh wait, when the Xbox app was on. Yeah, I'll disable them then. That work. Yeah, I don't want this popping up. I don't get anything out of it.
This is not at all typical for Paul, believe me. Something is wrong. Please, find my husband.
No. This is the find your way out of the fucking forest genre. The wife's finding you. No. If anything, his grandfather, who seems to have been here before, is helping him along through notes. I don't really know what that's all about. It's kind of dreamy-ish, where it doesn't quite line up, and the world itself kind of impersonates his family sometimes. My dude just walked out of his Finnish office in the middle of the woods as the last man out, and then he immediately got lost in a fantasy forest world. And now he's just going deeper and deeper to find his way out. Hey, when that happens, yeah. I bet. He just worked for like a tech place or something. It's like a way back. If it has anything to do with that lever we saw a long time ago. Yep. No, Spyro was a lot of fun to just kind of grab everything. It's enjoyable. Movement's pretty fun for its time. Focused on speed. They make good use of it. Very fun little collectathon. Yeah, weird. I don't know what that is. Yeah. I mean, like I said, the basic premise is guy is Finnish. He works at an office. He's the last man out. It's the middle of the night. He walks out in the forest, turns around after getting distracted, finds out he doesn't know where he is. And he is in Lempo's world now, I guess. It's like a multi-tiered, deeper you go, the more horrific or something it gets. What is this, dude? Kind of, I don't know. Timey-wimey, dreamy-weemy, fade, something or other location. We've gone through one location. Now we're working on the second one. I guess his grandfather's been here before. The first area has like scientist buildings that were like examining this place. I don't know if that's supposed to be real and this is some kind of weird like fucking SCP dimension sort of deal, or they try to give some legitimacy to its existence, which at times is cute, but at times you almost kind of, the dreamy weemy would be even better. But oh, if this guy kills you, he just, that's it. Okay. That's fine. His wife calls him sometimes and says shit, but it's not his wife. It's kind of the world trying to trick him into essentially giving up or staying or something. But yeah. Find your wife slash husband slash son, whatever, yeah, whatever the fuck genre. My favorite classic. The Silent Hill 2 inspired, but maybe a little more than inspired. Yeah, the Bard's Tale. I've heard of these ones. I thought. Or it just has the most generic name ever. Yeah. Yeah, there's like Bard's Tale, like remastered. Yeah, the Bard's Tale trilogy and then the Bard's Tale ARPG. Yeah, that's confuzzling. It's just kind of like a related reboot thing. I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into Metaphor. I could have technically started it up, but I think I'm just gonna wait until I get it sent in the mail. Supposed to be good. I'm looking forward to it. Will I be able to finish it before the Jeff events? Have you been liking it? I mean, people seem to. Yeah. After this, I'm just gonna get back to the East, and then probably do Shadow Generations real quick, and then finish East and go from there. Legitimately, it gets good after 40 hours. I mean, that happens with some long games. Well, at least you're liking it. It's just got a very slow build up of combat. path. Yeah, that's odd. Their whole life has been barred related shenanigans.
You who wander in the dark, lost from the joys of the world once known to men. Many are the reasons to fill your souls with hatred, and few are the reasons to navigate to clear waters and feel the dawning of a new day. I say, embrace it. Embrace it. Heretics, you who wander in the dark, lost from the joys of the world once known to men. Many are the reasons to fill your souls with hatred, and few are the reasons to navigate to clear waters and feel the dawn.
Oh, that's where you're supposed to run to. Oh, damn, you went that hard? Yeah, I did a story playthrough with a little post game, but
If I remember right, that's when the rain started. It made everything just a little bit worse.
from what I understand, they've reworked the post game pretty extensively, and I don't know how good the expansion is. It doesn't come with Game Pass. So. Heard the story's not very good on it or anything like that, but that the end game's pretty sweet. What class did you play? I just did a werebear druid. It was pretty fun. I mean, you just spam Smackdown, but it had pretty nice impact and sound and stuff, so it was fun to do for a whole playthrough. A red window.
The sisters are interesting. First they came at me like rabid dogs and I had to fight to get away. Their screaming left my right ear permanently deaf. But when I found a way to convince them we are on the same side, they let me be. Now they assist me.
There's a giant cube in the sky and I don't know. I feel like it's more and more visible as you go here, but maybe it's just when it's against the clouds. What is over here? Three. It's inside? I mean, imagine it loads that in separate, but... Yeah, I've definitely heard the Bard's Tale kind of just mentioned in passing enough that. Gotta imagine there's something to him for sure. I mix those up with like that, like um that Viking Saga Tale one, and then there's like Police Quest, and then there's like King's Quest and Bard's Tale, Kingsfield, and be kind of with a name like that, it can be kind of easy to mix some of them up. So maybe what I hear about it in passing is actually something else. Yeah, I was wondering what class you played. I just played Werebear. Curious if you played, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how different it is now, but he very specifically looked at some of these. Yeah, I always thought it'd be fun to maybe start another.
They are watching you.
Yeah, I know there. I can tell because they're watching. Yeah, I don't know if they've changed the item system pretty heavily, but endgame in OGD4, you start getting like gear pieces that like completely change the playstyle, like define it. But you didn't get any of that before that point, really. Maybe a little bit, but.
Always following.
Am I too loud?
I call it God. It surrounds us with its warmth and teaches us about our insignificance. We are not prisoners here. We are students. It may be scary at first, but when you give yourself fully to it and start to worship it, you too will feel the truth. What you call a place, a prison even,
What are these
I
markings
call
all
it
over the
God.
floor?
It surrounds us with its warmth and teaches us about our insignificance. We are not prisoners here. We are students. It may be scary at first, but when you give yourself fully to it and start
Yeah.
to worship it,
I think that was their
you will
intent.
feel the truth.
I thought it was gonna be like kind of almost live service theme. I don't know. I didn't really care for that character in the base game out of all of them. So an expansion possibly centered on her.
I call it God.
Cliffhangers, I'm like,
It surrounds us with
I don't know.
its
If it all
warmth
comes out on Game
and
Pass at some
teaches
point,
us
I'll do a
about
run
our
through of the DLC, but
insignificance. We are not prisoners here.
I don't really have the money or desire to do it right now.
It may be scary at first, but
Especially if there's a cliffhanger, and I'd probably just do a story run through.
You too will feel the truth. What you call a place, a prison even, I call it God. It surrounds us with its warmth and teaches us about our insignificance.
Yeah, that's what I
We
heard.
are not prisoners here.
I think I've heard enough.
As the DLC story was like pretty fucking weak. I don't know how they like dropped the ball that hard. 13. Yeah. Because I'd say I liked,
Your family hates you.
I would say I liked the D4 story well enough. It was fine, right? Nothing crazy, but I mean, it was well acted, engaging enough to kind of keep things going. I don't remember a shitload of it. It didn't like change my life, but yeah, big cut under that's pretty weak. Is it like a long expansion to get through the story? Because the main campaign was pretty juicy. I don't know what this is. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Word underneath that one. Am I not supposed to run or am I not supposed to jump? I don't know what this is.
They are watching you.
Yeah, I don't. It is crazy to me there's no way to go down this quicker, and it defaults to the oldest ones first. This seems like such a gimme, like, problem. This will crash the game too sometimes, just going through these. don't know what that blue one is. The yellow's like a heart. What is that? What are they hearting? Go ahead and go downstairs, see what it is. Could be some information. My man creating.
Maybe yesterday was actually a blessing in disguise. I think I can use the power of our mother to bring the drowned man back to life. A fresh body is just what I need for my experience.
Experiment? Whoa. What are you up to, buddy? Mystery loud equals scary over there.
Today was
Where'd the choir come
not the
from? I wasn't
brightest
quite
of
the
days.
the
I
orchestra.
tried to save a drowning man, but I was unable to help him. He was pretty much done for
What does
when I
this
reached
say?
him and drew his last wet breath right in front of my eyes. Judging by his clothes, he is a seaman of some kind. Quite ironic that a man who's a professional sailor is taken by the sea. Or maybe it's just statistics. He probably spent most of his time on a boat, so it's just natural that it was the end of him.
They let me know the code of the main door. Anything else down here? Spooky instrument sounds. I guess we just got some lore.
Always following.
Put this ladder back together.
What a joyful place. I
Oh,
never want
there's
to
some red here. This fire? What am I looking at? Fire? Just standing here, like maybe if you're supposed to be able to see something on these spots. Like I can see that. Maybe that's what we're at. When I'm in this spot, I can see the wolf.
They are watching you. Always following.
They do that thing where they repeat dialogue in a place where you're gonna spend a lot of time. Really should do that. It takes any impact of the lines out of it. I don't know if I can run. I'm not gonna risk it because I got pissed when I jumped, but I don't know if it was because I was running or jumping or both. I see a bird here. It's already a bird though. The bear. Big fucking key. How do I get up there? we supposed to jump up these? Seems like a good way to get fucked. Maybe I just got too close to one of them. Pardon me, ladies.
They are watching you.
Yeah. How many of these do I got? 2 gold chunks. I want to say I needed like 3. I'm gonna go save real quick. Although some of these might be bigger than others. Oh wait, it autosave. The game crashes a lot. Especially when I go through the menus.
You want to continue your journey? We understand. We want to support you in all aspects of life. But remember, the world outside our holy crowns is a treacherous place. All kinds of temptations await you, and not all of them are good for you. You are free to leave. We just ask you to stop and think for a moment if it's something you truly desire. Whatever your decision, let the mother be with you.
Yeah, bro.
As the cemetery gates slammed shut behind me, I finally had a moment to catch my breath.
Did you? Just in the fucking rain in the middle of the nightmare forest, bro. And in Finland on top of that, man, I mean, Jesus Christ. Rain, this Unreal Engine DLSS rain, I don't know if this game's cooking with that kind of ingredients. It's nice that there's rain. I like the weather, but yeah, they come down in like a stream.
My shoes sank into the damp moss. In the hard rain and dense fog, it was tough to see ahead.
I'm soaking in the atmosphere, buddy, and also soaking. Listen to your fucking radio later. The fake drama coming back. Let's do jump scare there.
Oh, please come home.
Jesus. Yeah. Do I have to pay for this phone call? 1986. Yeah, I'm call collect. I'm gonna just scope it real quick. I feel like this game's got like true ends cooking everywhere. I don't know if enough people played. Not enough information. I'm getting like Limbo, Lobotomy Corp. I was just looking to see if there just is like different endings. What is the true ending of Flint Hook? Oh well, no idea. We're gonna keep rocking. There's like a lot of like hidden codes and doors and drawers I've never unlocked and shit like that. I mean, the maps are so big and there's so much going on. I'd hate to kill the pace, but mindlessly running around. 3. Oh, yeah. Could be pretty far away. Waiting for the Chaco Mountain boulders to start rolling down. I just healed for nothing. Seems to be how it goes. We got plenty of shit. Yeah, I was wondering, I was wondering how deep the lore on these Finnish faces are, dude. How ancient are we talking? Ooh. I feel like that's more visible. There was a thing at the very beginning of this, or not at the very beginning, but close to it, that I didn't solve one of these. I thought it was like I'd have to come back later. Because they mentioned there being 2 of these, but there's actually just a bunch.
No way.
Oh, the Challenger crash site. Got me a fat X-Files reference for that. It's funny that the achievement names are goofy as hell.
Big explosion, Houston. We heard a loud bang. Something exploded, but we're still intact. We don't see what it was. It's like, looks like it came from outside. Did we hit something? The engines are gone. We're going down.
We're in hell. Isn't it? think this is coming down. With these ancient mythological folk fae Finnish forests taking away our spacemen. Is MFers hate science? What is this? Ancient Finnish space. It's their secret. They've been traveling the cosmos long before we were even born. According to this, interdimensional.
I feel like I should go back.
Okay. When he speaks, I listen. I have no will of my own. Go save again real quick. So when you die, you don't lose any progress. You just lose max health, which you can spend residue to get back, but that doesn't save from crashing. You think when this game doesn't actually make you lose progress anywhere, there'd be like more auto-saving? But alas. You'd be a fool to think so. I've gotten lucky with my crashes, except once where we had to redo like 10 minutes of shit. But I still had like 6, 7, 8 crashes, I think. Can't say I've been counting, but definitely too many. Like I said, I don't know if it's an outsourced port, but I don't know what these are. I found 2 of them now. The void deepens. Ancient Finnish obstacle course. Complete with bloody spike. Raider. this supposed to signify something? Am I like missing something? Am I not getting that very first obelisk better not fuck me over? So I thought it was just connected is all it was. Curious then. I don't think it's gonna have any info on it. Oh god. Guys, fucking video. Lempo number 4. There's always a lighthouse. Stop it. Get some help. There is no info in this game. I'm sure if I dug deep enough. I just was curious because I was like, well, probably not. I'll get to see. Assuming you do all the obelisks in like a row, which would be kind of weird. I was wondering if this maybe was tied to that, but like you'd have to run so far back. And I was just gonna see what it was while I was thinking. This might have nothing to do with the obelisk. It might be something completely separate. Back here. Not looking to spoil the story. Yeah, there's a lot of collectibles, I think, too, like the Mylings we probably have again. Oh, never mind. I did see apparently that. I don't know if it's a spoiler or not, I guess. I would have went back eventually, but you're supposed to take these Greek looking pots and bring them back to that one statue. So I guess I would have ended up maybe try that eventually. Just gotta get the last one. Yeah. I was just looking to see if there's a little lore we were missing. But couldn't find anything really. I don't want to dig deeper. Ruin something more natural. Oh, didn't that one chick say... Oh my god, what was it? 1984? Do you guys remember what the fucking phone... Okay, it was 1986. Okay, well, I didn't have to write that down. Well, I should have wrote it down, but... Luckily, okay, so maybe not as many long-form secrets as it seems. I mean, there's still been plenty of secrets that I haven't probably touched. There's been some locked locations. Some of it might just be soul residue. Who knows? Properly secure the cargo. Am I supposed to like avoid these? Does it detect me as like moving storage?
Now there's power. I can use the robot arm.
That's one of the things I like about this game. There's just kind of like I said, it is almost like kind of weird, vague, dreamy thing. Like the fucking challengers here, and there's like facilities. They're fucking whoa, nice. We are running through it. It's not just like forest, figures or anything. Let me click this. I actually don't know what all places even have a space program. I mean, shit, these days we barely do. At least not like manned exploration. Satellites and telescopes and all that, sure. I don't know how many places have like manned space stuff. I imagine a lot of people send their folks up to the space stations and shit though. We should send all the roaches? Or just some, just to create the roach planet? The wild players. Yeah, they need something. Some Cheetos for the roaches to live off of. How Terraform Mars starts. Get them roaches out there. Would roaches just be able to live on Mars? Are they that powerful? They changed the spacesuits recently. You'd think, unless they just haven't planned on any like manned flights in forever, but you'd think those suits would be super different now. How hard is it to kill some roaches? What is the concept of that? I've heard the name, but human-sized Martian cockroaches with humanoid body. Well, it's been around forever. So this is like a humans versus like crazy. Oh, I'm seeing here. Mutated human child. Bugs too. What's the picture of these things, man? Oh, what the fuck? They just look like weird people. Like some dude. Maybe not all of them are that way. Thought this was like gonna be fucking like mutant roaches with some semblance of intelligence versus people, but it looks like it's a fucking like, can't tell if it's like a fucking shonen thing or what it is. Joe's Apartment. I feel like I've seen this before. I've not seen the movie, but I just cut a few minutes in. It just says sex, and then there's a roach right after. This movie looks cursed. Jesus Christ. Is this a movie everybody's like heard of, but nobody's ever seen? Sounds like a cool idea. Is it actually any good? I'm just seeing a bunch of people with like roach powers, and it makes me think it's some kind of fucking shonen bullshit. It'd be cool if it wasn't, but gonna lie, lads, I don't really care for when every show ends up being some shonen battle or manga or whatever. When it has a cool concept, you're just like, fuck. I mean, if it's good, it's good. It's fine. And I don't know about this show. Or, sorry, there's like adaptation. Just more violent shonen bullshit. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's been going so long, shit. Okay, we'll have work tomorrow. Yep. Late. Alright. That is okay. Alright, how do we get this arm going? Oh.
Right, it's hard to see. Big explosions, Houston. We heard a loud bang. Something exploded, but we're still intact. We don't see what it was.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it'd be cool if it was more of like a thriller with some tight pacing and some twists and, you know, like a bit of space, a bit of survival, and conspiracy and stuff, but just like I've got B arms and I punch guys in the face. I'm like, like what the fuck? What the hell even just happened? Actually quit out. No idea. It looks like it. Must have pressed like up. Oh, I pressed like maybe load game. Funny enough, like I said, the only game that doesn't ask you if you want to quit. The only game I've probably hit the quit button on accident twice now. Somehow. Some way. Can't climb up.
Now there's power. I can use the robot arm.
Oh, you have to fucking sneak back is all that matters.
All over the place. They can't be right. Altitude is still rising. Engines are working. Might be something wrong with the nose pump. There's a lot of fire in front. It's so bright, it's hard to see. Big explosions, Houston. We heard a loud bang. Something exploded, but we're still intact. We don't see what it was. It's like, looks like it came from outside. Did we hit something? The engines are gone. We're going down.
Did it pick it up? Oh.
We're experiencing extreme turbulence like nothing we've seen in simulations. The sensor readings are all over the place. They can't be right. Altitude is still rising. Engines are working. Might be something wrong with the nose pump. There's a lot of fire in front. It's so bright, it's hard to see. Big explosions, Houston. We heard a loud bang. Something exploded, but we're still intact. We don't see what it was. It's like, looks like it came from outside. Did we hit something? The engines are gone. We're going down.
Can we get it? The clown. He lick his lips when he sees the boys. It's like an easy way out of this place. Or do I just literally run all the way back? Might have all the doohickeys now. I need to go use the VHS still. Like, we could walk up to that side path again and see if anything changed. Now that we have this, but I don't know, man. Okay. Something's going on now. What if I just walked back manually?
Oh, sorry. Oh? Paul. Grandfather? Oh my god, it really is you. What do you mean, what am I doing here? I got lost just like you. But how are you here again? Yeah, did you try to find me? What? I mean, I just saw you a couple of days ago. This must be an illusion again. I know for a fact that I just saw you. Who is tietäjä? But wait a second. If you have been here all the time, then how can you also be out in the real world? It's one thing to believe in the supernatural in a place like this, but that sounds...
Your grandfather is the doppelganger.
No, I need to get back now. No, don't say that. I'm sorry. I need to go. his study. Hang in there, Miranda. Elijah, I'm coming home.
Cool achievement now.
I'm not gonna leave you here. I'm gonna save us both.
The demon is in your family. He is getting cocked, man. The alpha male is actually demonic grandpa.
It's missing all the strings.
The fuck? I'll do that in a minute. God, I was about to walk back through the whole fucking game, man. That they closed that off and then now it's like not closed because of the challenger thing. I guess you just assume you'd keep going, but because this game's had enough walking already, I mean. The egg. Yeah, there's not really like a guarantee there. Alright, what is this? Just make them all connect in some way that might look like it makes sense. figuring the work schedule out. Been trying to adjust that schedule, but my body just does not want to cooperate. And I wasn't sure if I'd even have work, so have the caffeine up. Can barely even see the colors on these motherfuckers, man. There we go. Alright. 6:30. Probably gonna just try to stay up, I think. Gonna be a long day. Fine if it was. But you'll sleep adjusted. It works better to have a day schedule or a sleep in the afternoon schedule. Man, that sickness fucked me up. I ended up just having a weird sleep schedule after and I've not got it back. I've tried every night, but then I'll just sleep like shit. Or go to bed early.
Could this have something to do with the constellations in the sky?
Yeah, I think so. Am I trying to create one? What are we looking at, man? Maybe just one at a time? Maybe there's only like one combo that like works or some shit. It doesn't quite fit. There we go. I just gotta pick one. Was I able to like walk in here already? Maybe. The obelisk. Oh wait, no. The cube of whatever things with the snake. Which is a god. Duty. I guess they set up all this shit. Cool. Neat little areas, man. At least in an ambient sense. Alright, little puzzle, not crazy. Nothing you have to spend too much time on, but not like totally brain dead, I guess. Really wouldn't want, for me in this, it's like I just don't want anything that takes away from any kind of atmosphere, because that's strong suit. Endless loop. I recognize this.
I had clearly made the forest angry. I was getting close. But at the same time, I noticed a change in myself. I was no longer just afraid. I was angry too.
There's dudes everywhere. We're just taking damage. Interesting. Obelisk killed. I have to go all the way to the end of the area, then all the way back, get the fucking vase. Frame rate's eating fucking huge ass right now.
You are mine.
Just gonna keep spawning dudes on me. This is lame. This is lame and then some. Really did. Okay. I guess I'll just die. Okay. I'm just like running at like max speed, sacrifice a melee. It's like yeah, I don't know what's going on there. That was pretty goofy. Sure. I don't know what sacrificing a myling does.
Come on, Elijah. There's a spoon right there. Since when is porridge finger food?
You just pop back up to where you are. That was kind of goofy. Look, man, there's like still shit to kind of explore. So having the infinitely spawning, super aggressive, wacky guys is kind of whatever. So why did we sacrifice them? Oh, you don't lose any max boost then. Okay. Weird, I'm back here. Alright. Well, made a bunch of mushrooms. That was a waste too. I want to use the VHS tape. Trying to engage, man. Let's keep the bullshit to a minimum, preferably. Wrong place. Like I said, the monster chases don't do a whole lot for me in the game. They've been relatively like inoffensive. I mean, got some spookiness. But you know there's a threat, but like the tipping point ain't too far off. I need a Yomawari ending or something where it's just like me just doing like jump courses to try to like survive and there's like no horror atmosphere left. I don't think this will go that far. I just need to go directly east. Get to this thing. Try to make a save. I'm about to die. I'm just gonna reload. Save myself some effort. This is me like max sprinting. You have to really smash this thing, I guess, to outrun these dudes. Cranks through your health. Let's hope saving the shrooms don't have any meaning. find this tower. Down this way. Where is this tower?
You can be happy here.
FPS, they're gonna fucking shoot. This is the swamp. Should technically be close. Okay, here. I just wanted to see the lore, dude. Holy fuck. This runs like ass, man. These guys spawning is maybe a mistake on a few levels right now. I mean, at least you can't just like outrun them. You just gotta really crank it. What the? Okay. Was it worth it? Well, the caretakers are like fucking children dying inside them. Alright, we need to get down on the ground. I'm gonna have to go. Hopefully, they let me go to the other obelisk. Fuck, they did. Of course. Oh yeah, it's 2 for a full charge, jeez. Is there an order to these? Probably. I'll be back, alright. Not miss anything. It's gonna be a bit of a trip, but it is what it is. Guess we'll sprint. Let me here. I'm gonna take a dip into Wawa. We're have to run back. All those vases, vases. Back on there. This feels like we're about at the end. But I could see there being maybe like a touch more. But I feel like we've had reveals and stakes and all that. Okay, it's running at a reasonable FPS again.
Let's get that door open.
Yeah, we'll do that later, bro. I didn't realize I could solve this. It almost seems like the most obscure. Especially to start with. Okay, let's go do the vase thing. We'll spam sprint. Yippee! And it's back. God, it runs like fucking insane shit on PS5 right now. It's a nice looking game artistically and shit, but the fidelity, it's not bad by any means, but I don't think it's this level of FPS bad. Grave lighter. Bidding. This wasn't the right one. Should really go down all these, huh? Or should have. I think I skipped a few. Let me take a piss. Let me do it after the urns or whatever. Like this is like very sluggish, because I feel like this camera controls already felt a little off. This is like extra. Luckily we've already gotten to soak in this zone and enjoy it and shit, so it's not like this is your first, you know, jumping in here, getting christened with fucking this performance. Yoinking them triggers, baby. Squeaks and all, man. Thank you, DualShock 5. Love that squeaky trigger. I don't even use this console that much, man. I'm fucking squeaking as of like half a year after getting the fucking thing. You really gotta crank it to squeak it, though. Alright. Okay, there's like a story here. God enslaving people. People building obelisks. Using the obelisk. Fighting God. Is it they seem like they're slaves here. They're like wrapped up then. Is it like people tried to fight God? And they were enslaved. They made the obelisks. They used the obelisk or something. And everything's on fire. Is the city being on fire, the first one? Look, man, it could go a few ways depending on God's what level of evil we're talking here, and they look enslaved. I mean, fighting the gods seemed first. I don't know if this is supposed to be the mark of enslaved people, with the eyeball thing going on, or it's just supposed to be generics. I mean, the soldiers are dead. Lydian Gulf. Then, like, they're pissed at God for blowing up their city. They fail. Enslaved. It could be like summoning God. You and your fucking cock, tell me what's going on, brother man. I look at the penis for guidance. Oh. It doesn't even matter. I'll just, whenever we put the next set down, I'll go talk to the red feller. I mean, this one coming after the death of the people fighting, for sure. But We already tried the people trying to fight God first, right? Then people get enslaved. Then maybe the enslaved and the obelisks happen and then they get burned. No. Like he just finishes them off after he makes use of them. Burns their city after enslaving them. Then they make the obelisk. There's like a ring there. Dudes in white. Maybe they made the obelisks to summon this guy to kill the fucking dudes who lit their city on fire. That's like the price. Right. There's a million interpretations to this. I don't know if there's like, other than like the soldiers are dead after trying to fight, and the obelisks are made and then used. I don't know if there's a lot of like connecting tissue here. These guys are sad. I don't know if this was like a rope around them, if they're already enslaved. Obelisk come first. Their city was blown up. I feel like it's more likely they were forced to make the obelisk. Alright. Is it the amount of lines on the bottom? Do I not even have to think about this? No, because it's not. I don't think it's equal. I mean, these are vertical lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. We could try that, then fill in the blanks. I think you'd have to analyze the story. This doesn't even make sense. this, Jesus. Getting hungry. Get this puzzle knocked out though. They've like got their heads down. I don't see any obelisks in this picture. I do, but... Funny if I like already got it once. And you just had to like fucking whack them off or something to confirm it. And we've tried people making, or people get it, try to kill God. And then he burns the city. And they make the op. You gonna like give me something? Is that what this is? First to bend our spears, then our knees. Are they being forced to build these though? You think there'd be like an inciting incident? Of course they don't put a revival station over here. Isn't this like a heal spot too? Oh my God. Funny you can only use those once. Alright. No idea what I'm saying. You like working? I mean, there's already obelisks made, unless the idea is they just made more. It's gonna be something stupid. Like the obelisks come before they made the obelisk because they just made a few more or something. Or this isn't how it works at all. I wonder if their hint system says anything on this kind of thing. Yeah. Fair place to use it, try it out. Put it randomly on here. Away. And then walk back. Okay, nothing happened. It's possible they're like telling them about the obelisk, so they're like building more. I don't know. Like there's a bazillion ways you could phrase it. Like an ancient myth. It's not like it's gonna be like a good ending or something every time. Look, who are these people? Maybe they made the obelisk thinking they were hot shit. Then it ends with them being enslaved. Didn't I already start with that though? Just because he says they're mighty. They don't look too happy working right now, but. They look like they're all bound in this, the fire one. I'm sure it's nonsense. I might just like grab this one online real quick. I'm interested in it. I don't know what to look for. It's just kind of killing the pacing right now. Gone through 50 different flavors that all feel like they can make sense. Maybe there's a greater clue to it that I'm missing. The fire one. I mean, it doesn't matter either way. I've tried both. I mean, they look bound to me. I would just imagine if you're gonna get enslaved, it's to make these obelisks. Just a question of when the fire happened. Things like I've tried this one first. And then this one where they get enslaved. And once they're enslaved, it's like, I mean, when does the city burn, man? Maybe it burns in between just for fun? For no fucking reason? No, like there's very few like direct connections in this. Yeah, it said their spears first. The thing is, like, I've been trying permutations of this for like 15 minutes. The fire one's one of the goofy ones. I don't know what that is. I mean, they look bound in that, right? And I was like, oh, that doesn't work. I'm like, what if you do this and then this, but that doesn't work either. Sure, but I mean, I've tried it about 1,000 times now. they build, and then their fucking place starts on fire for some random reason, and then they've finished the obelisk. This is my problem, is like, you think obelisk, then obelisk, right? But I guess their home just gets torched in between just for fun. Even though they're all like bound right here. And then bound at this one too. Maybe probably should have had a couple more connecting pieces or something. Seems a little goofy. Crazy cockring, man. Stop you from getting tired. Vase height. Yeah, that looks like it works. That's probably the better way of doing it. I went off of stripes at one point, but then this one's the off one. But I figured just like, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's like you could just put that as 2, but that didn't work either. Yeah, height's probably the way to do it. But that's not as interesting as doing the story. But the problem is like, we're building the obelisks. We're using the obelisk. We're making them because we're enslaved, which is directly after fighting. I guess our home got torched in there. It could be the inciting incident why they fight God. It could be just like God used them fully. Now he's just going to torch them all inside their town with ropes around them. It could be, hey, I'm going to enslave some of you and then burn the rest. Like, I mean, it's like, it's just stupid. It doesn't even make sense. You could just put it anywhere. There's like 1,000 different flavors of it. The height is like the only thing that actually makes sense. I don't know what they were thinking on that shit. Here we missed some salt here. Lempos. Cool. Use 0 souls to regain your strength. Is that because of the rain? Well, there's little items like this. Yeah, the puzzles have been fine so far. Some of them are kind of like a bit of work, but my thing was like, I just got tired of just trying 10,000 different versions of that. Which one I gotta pick them up every time. It's just not doing anything for the pace of the game right now. It's like we're supposed to be escaping this section while being chased, and I'm just like trying to fit like one piece of this fucking jar deal into like 50 different spots. That makes sense. Well, if we can't get tired anymore, does that mean I can just sprint? Nope. Yes. Maybe sprinting is off the... I can run in every other way, maybe. Oh, I can sprint anyways. I can go heal. New. A little bit of side content. Let's see what we got here. cute little twist with the grandpa. Maybe not the most like healing way to reveal it, but like it's these achievement names are bad, man. These need to be turned off. I don't know how to recover my essence, but oh well. Also those void statues. I don't know if I've missed any, but if I did, I did. Alright, I'm gonna take that piss now. And then we'll see what's up. Another area, some darker. Expecting louder noises and more chases. Alright. Let us continue, maybe even finish. We do a small food break when we finish. We kind of discuss it a little bit, or it'll be me rambling. I'm sure how much investment there is in this from everybody else. But, and we'll continue east probably. I gotta work. Alright, what do we got? Cool. Weather's getting a little crazier. Things maybe getting a bit more abstract. Going to molten core. Get my essence. I mean, I'm full of health, so if that's something we missed, then Oh well. Bad ending. This feels like a pretty final place, but maybe not. Maybe the ride just keeps getting crazier. That almost seems like it's underwater. Let's follow these lights. Looks like that was a mistake. What's up here? Oh, this. Huh. Wonder how many there are. I feel like in the first area I wasn't exactly like super thorough. We were just kind of going where realistically it would make sense to be going and following the signposting and shit. It's immersive that way, but I missed some details, sadly. It was a bit more thorough last few chunks. I mean, maybe we've got them all up there. There could be more, but I mean, that was the body. It feels like kind of. I mean, unless the cock and balls is the last one, I don't see anything more important.
The light always needs to shine.
You think you'd be fitting it onto the thing for our passage. But I'm not seeing shit. Why would he give us a light to put in later? Just do it himself, he's the ferryman. I mean, I'm probably just gonna go across and see what happens. Double check down here in case there's something we're missing. Just in case. Just in case. I don't see anything. I mean, that definitely sounds like a warning. But I mean... like for passage, but... well, I mean, it is what it is. Let's go see what happens. Cool, man. Cool feel. Here are my games at the Against the Storm people. This is what Against the Storm would be like in first person, dude. Yeah. Finland expansion. This is a cool atmosphere though. The music does a lot. Weather effects, like super deep, kind of obscured, fog and shit. The slow ride and like underwater moon thing. Well, I haven't needed the light bulb. Yeah, I appreciate the creativity. Stop or something. Or wouldn't stop.
I was so cold, hungry, and soaking wet at that point. I just remember thinking about throwing myself off the cliff and just be done with it. The place didn't look any more like home than all the places before. I was beginning to lose hope, but my anger kept me going. I was in full-on Terminator mode.
Full-on Terminator mode. Look, man. I don't know about this dialogue sometimes. I think it's... That was probably the worst possible way to, like... That's probably the worst example in the game right there. Or the best example of it working it against itself with the dialogue, but... Soaked wet. Boom. Laser focus. There's Terminator mode, you could say. Yeah. So, I really dig the atmosphere. Degen brain rot. Nothing degen about it. Or no brain rot about it. Yeah. I don't know, I feel like the dialogue, like I said, it doesn't chime in often enough to be truly, like, fucked. But I think when it does come in, it's either just kind of like, okay, gets across maybe stuff you could get across wordlessly, or maybe with like careful dialogue. And then in rare instances like this, it's just straight up immersion breaking. I mean, full on Terminator mode. Like, I don't know. I don't know how much they're trying to push that angle, if it's just like an actual person here lost in the shit. I mean, I guess that's fine, that's unique, I guess. I mean, it's supposed to be like a believable, like, I'm just a guy, and I'm just out here in this weird place. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's, it'd be unique. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'd be more into just like, if they just went all in on the vibes. I don't think making him like react to actually being here would be bad. He doesn't need to become some dreamy, like, surreal character in here. Open up more glades. I keep going to deeper and deeper regions. We're in the final glade, maybe. But yeah, I don't think it's like it kills it or anything, but it's how the story's kind of brought to you. I mean, I get you don't want to just have it be all text or something, because people hate that. I feel like there's an in-between. I mean, maybe just stronger dialogue. Because the way he talks, he's like, it's like he's reading off a fucking ghost story, right? Like a campfire story. And I mean, maybe that's the idea, but I've seen games that go for a campfire story, and there's like a cheesier, like, simplicity to them. And I mean, that works, you know, for like jump scares and like some kind of X-Files, Twilight Zone, more Tales of the Crypt style thing. But this feels like a longer, more brooding, atmospheric thing. And I don't know. They missed the forest from the trees on that. These have always been something, apparently. What the fuck is going on? Am I not supposed to, like, touch these at certain times? Huh, I thought these were glitches before. They're just like part of it, I guess. I don't know what happens if you touch the red. That was odd. I'll just, I mean, maybe I did touch it and it was just purely for style. No, I see a red platform swapping to blue, and yeah, not enough platformers where I'm just gonna, like, assume I'm gonna get fucked. What are we looking for? Excalibur here. Okay. Do I need Excalibur? Doesn't look like it. Hope I'm not getting the Yomawari treatment. They try to put gameplay in their game, but they overdo it at the end and it ruins what atmosphere they had. I don't think this is going to do that at all. And it's not doing it now. Yomawari 1 PTSD. If these are supposed to be the different souls, this feels like the I will lure more children to the cabin and boil them as well. Yeah. Salt and pepper and all that. I guess, man. What a lady. Is there anything else back here? Seems pretty linear, man. Did I miss something? Maybe there's another path along the jumpy area. Be weird to have me backtrack through a jump bit. Totally put it past him. Yeah, I feel like there was something over there. I didn't see anything. Cool chains. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. bizarre. And I already went all the way back once. I mean, we're supposed to go like all the way back down? That'd be crazy. Alright, buddy. Sweet dreams. I got a bit tomorrow myself. A short day, just doing it at the end of the old sleep. Peace. It's weird, man. Like, you'd think I'd just be on the path, right? It feels very linear, but here we are. Huh. Nothing happened when they're red. I don't recall another path down there. I don't know why we'd have to go back. We can. Oh yeah, they drop you. Oh, if there's something down here. This is where I came from. And the one guy said to keep the light bulb on, but maybe it's just like a spotlight at the top of this whole place. I'm going back. I don't know if there's a pixel hunt I'm after. Back at the area. I think they like show different items, but I mean, you can't really interact with them. Unless I can like use the soul somehow. What's up, man? Good to see you. I'm not gonna finish tonight now. I'll probably play a bit, but my map completions are like 50-60%. Oh, there's easily missable shit, really? Jesus. Like big story stuff, or quests, or gear? Oh, really? Well, what do you have to do? No, I gotta work in 7 hours, then I'll probably go to bed after that. So once I finish this, however long that takes, I'll do a few hours at least, probably, but that'll be about it. Certain place at a certain time, but it's like unmarked. But there's not too much of that. They set a precedent by like not having that kind of shit. Oh, am I supposed to walk off of this?
How do I know when I'm in the core? Tieta said I'm on the right track, but didn't say what exactly I'm looking for.
Is there a reason to go over there? Really? Yeah, and then there's like the precedents working against it because they usually like show you with markers everything that pops up where you think. I feel like I've missed a few like bonding events because they're just kind of randomly in the cabin and I don't know if they're marked. Maybe they just keep popping up till you get them. I don't know if it matters if you get them all, but be kind of lame. Okay, it's something else. Cool shit. Okay. Yeah, no, if it's at the very end, there's no way I'll get there tonight, so. Oh, really? Yeah, cool Easter egg. Maybe we're gonna see a character, that'd be cool. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, they'll let me know. Start getting closer. Assuming I don't get shadow generations tomorrow, I'll continue east. Depending on what's on my list, I might just continue east anyways. Let me see. I don't know if I want to play Potionomics right now. Spring R. Game look like this game's got like good reviews, but it looks like yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool. Feel free. I don't know if this Witch Spring R game is just high rated the character. If it's like yeah. Just some gameplay shit I'm looking at. That's slowing down though. I need to drop that back down to 1 or 2 games. Alright, we'll focus in on the end of this. Kind of blunt. A little bit of the mystique from it with that. Just turn that off and keep moving. I get another spooky chase before the end, or hopefully not. Honestly. Oh, this is the guy at the very beginning. I feel like there's one that I like lost track of at the beginning of the game. Otherwise, I feel like I've seen them all. You know, but maybe not.
When I saw the lighthouse,
Oh, yeah, there's
I
a
knew I
lighthouse.
was close. I just didn't know what it was I was close to.
Please don't give me a Bioshock Infinite achievement. I mean, I go here first. And this draws your attention where it also feels like a bigger deal. We have to go in the house and fiddle with something. Don't have much reason to sleep here.
Fuses were blown.
Do I want to replace them? Metal rod. Am I supposed to like yoink down that platform? Or do I use it as like leverage to break this? use this key, did I? Guess we'll see. I realized that was something I could mess with. I just saw the switch thing in there and just started spamming.
There's a small metal link on the platform.
Jesus. Why do you have to go through? Why do you have to go in this order? It's so insane. Even at like the most like non-engaged, like if you don't even care about reading anything, and it crashed. Oh, this is a problem, man. Whoa, Lego Horizon Adventures, let's go. We gotta... I mean, this is the single, like, I feel like biggest problem. This menu is bafflingly bad. I mean, it would be bad if it even started at the top with the most recent, because you'd have to scroll through everything and you can't go up and go down, and like a grid would be better, right? And then you could be skipping by rows, or you press right or left and it lets you skip. Maybe it lets you, and it just doesn't. Obvious, I don't know. But it's doubly bad because this game crashes a lot. And it crashes much more regularly when you're going through that menu, so every time you have to go through that menu, you run that risk, man. I have to take a picture of it. Let's go ahead and just take a pic of it now. Like, you can't go up. I don't think there's a quick way to go down. I mean, maybe on PC it's not as big a deal, but the implementation here. Not a game killer, but man, I hope it's like a patched thing. I'm scrolling too quick. It's a shame. It is a shame. I feel like we're at the end, but honestly. I gotta wonder. Like, you've had your twists. The stakes are higher with this family kind of in danger. I mean, the sad... There's the sad business with the crazy weather and everything. You're running around seeing the whole journey of people. Fucking big old lighthouse. I need to slow down. next thing. I'll hear the sound skip sometimes. I think we missed one of Alice's burdens. And it ended with her boiling children. Alright, I'm gonna take a pic of this so we never have to scroll that far and then risk crashing ever again. I don't know why some of these are at the bottom and some aren't. I don't know if it's supposed to mean they're all from the same person. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be who wrote them. Maybe, I don't know, or like generic people that... I have no fucking idea. It's it feels like such a gimme. It's funny now we have a unlock that lets us just ignore the whole vitality. Like, I mean, it's pretty ignorable in the first place. And I'm not sad to see it go on. I mean, I guess it feels good as a reward because you don't have to think about it, but... It's pretty harmless either way, honestly. I think it's more deceptive and maybe gives you a feeling of, for some people, irritation. Not a whole lot of gain, but I don't mind. It's just kind of just forgettable. Alright. The unforgettable part. This puzzle. What am I looking at? Classic, I guess this is a 4. Oh wait, this is supposed to... The two pieces combine, so this would be a 2. And this would be a 0. If you combine the two notes, please create... Here. No, I don't know what this is all about. Ooh. As I intended. I'll take it. And we got the first part, right? The second part, I have no idea what you're supposed to look at. Maybe the fuse is downstairs. Maybe we're gonna find out I didn't solve it at all, but... Surely they wouldn't make you run this far if that was the case. There's an oddness to the look of the fucking rain, like a stream. But it does kind of, in a way, I don't know, intentionally just kind of give everything even more of like a, obscured that look. Because there's times where it's like you can barely make out certain things, or it's kind of like, almost like in a haze, sort of. Especially like you're walking on those platforms, or in certain dark areas, because there's like so much like, you know, dust or fog and stuff. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised some of that's bad. I don't know about this, but like gives it a kind of fucks with the eyes sort of deal. I don't think it's supposed to be like that. I honestly feel like when you're turning, you can just see the rain coming in here. When you turn this way, the rain, like a stream effect. It could be like a DLSS thing. I don't know. Does this game have it? It might. Or it's just the rain. I mean, even Capcom fucked up their rain until they patched it. I'm just saying it's not all negative. This doesn't look right. Now that looks fucking wrong. I could say that with some fucking certainty, man. This fucking like glass in this game? I'm guessing these cellars open now. Shit. Yeah, cool visuals, man. These people don't fuck me up now. Oh, Jesus. If that happens every time, I'm gonna have to watch the rest of the game. That would be a hard stuck moment. Man, I don't know. I feel like this is an El Paso elsewhere sort of port, whereas like you gotta wonder if it, like if anybody's actually even played through this version. Maybe I've got a freakish PS5. I don't know. I mean, they fixed El Paso elsewhere one, and that was a cool game. Definitely played on PC. God, I wish I didn't start on Start Game too. But okay, get back. Well, thank God. Okay, it loaded after. Yeah, it's doesn't kill it, but it absolutely smears a little shit on it. Like,
Okay.
you
This
know,
must be it. The core.
It's not like they intended for me to like, you know, take a huge break and have a crash. It's supposed to be this smooth. You know, maybe a quick load, but then into the next bit. Yeah. Reimmerse. Yeah, nice happy family.
I could feel a kind of pressure building up, and it made it harder to breathe. I could sense the desperation of the entity. I was a threat, and this was its last chance to stop me.
They really just spell it out, huh? It's not my speed of dialogue for this kind of thing. Even if they spelled it out, I feel like there's a... well, I wouldn't say artsy, but... I see what we did. Oh, hey, the red one. Never did see this, no. Let's go. We're going back to his office, though. We know you didn't pass the stones on the first try. The stone. What does that mean? Please don't have an annoying escape and hide section at the end, man. Please, God. More loud noises simulator. I mean, I know they're gonna want to have, because they've already had, like, conflict like that. Kind of final conflict. Don't make shit. Oh my God. One might be for the area outside. They go through the walls, sadly. A bit harder to work with, but they're gonna be that one thing that we've seen twice. Now we're gonna see it thrice.
I could feel a draft coming through the wall. There had to be a secret door. I immediately started to look for a hidden switch.
Okay, I guess I did. Did this part go wrong in testing or something? He just kind of let it out, right? Books would be a classic place. Bottle. Loud. I wonder if the color order matters there.
This had to be it. My essence. The missing piece.
Okay, but when does Mr. X bust through the wall? He's a family man. God bless him.
Now there was only one more thing to do.
Bazooka the final boss? Get ready for some loud noises. Giving you the loud noise warning right now. I'm not scrolling through that. Jesus.
Okay, you fish-smelling piece of shit. Here I am. Do your worst.
I don't know if that line was very the dialogue on. The dialogue is fighting against the game sometimes, yeah. I get that he's got like confidence now. But like, I don't know. I feel like even these same ideas you could probably schmooze a little bit with like a little bit smoother dialogue. Like, I don't know. I mean, they're kind of trying to make the place like a more like obvious threat, and this thing like a more defined evil with like a goal to destroy everything and all that. I don't think that really like. I mean, you could leave it that way, kind of more ambiguous, kind of maybe like subdued way, you know, to kind of match the rest of the tone. But man, when he's like talking about Terminator and then like fucking like one line in the motherfucker. When it's like some big reveal and it's very like odd. I mean, the jump scare is kind of goofy, but I don't know. The dialogue's definitely not the best. Like I said, it's not constant. So I mean, I'd prefer they get be odd like this than to be a constant and then have no atmosphere. Like I said, like the medium. At least there is really a strong atmosphere and cool surreal moments and stuff. With some meaning, you know, for some of the different spirits and shit. You know, it's not like dripping in fucking symbolism and nuance or anything, but you know, there's stuff there. But man, yeah, I'm not trying to be like pretentious, but yeah, some of these lines. I feel like maybe they underestimated their own atmosphere. I just feel like it's strong enough where the dialogue doesn't do much there. I don't know. I feel like it's supposed to be this like actual just real guy, family man out here in the horror area, and he just maybe reacts in a real way. I don't know. I mean, that's cute, but I honestly I don't even think like it could just happen to you, right? I think you could still maybe get a feeling of that while having something like unique to the medium. I mean, realism and like believability. That's cool. I don't know if how they handle that.
Not at all typical for Paul. Believe me, something is wrong. Please find my husband.
I don't know if like maybe it's more like execution. Like maybe the way they execute that particular goal is like weak enough where you'd almost rather it just be kind of like this pseudo dreamlike, like his dialogue's a bit more odd or you know more subdued, more environmental. Who knows? I mean, I don't know at the end. It's just kind of funny, and I don't think it's supposed to be like funny. Game as a case of having to re-immerse yourself a lot. make it? Or are they gonna reveal we're still in? I mean, his grandpa is Lempo. We're gonna have to deal with that. Unless pulling his grandpa's soul out was enough. Oh. Oh, all the souls. Never used the head system. I mean, technically I did. I turned it on for a sec. Alright. I mean, this is, like I said, if your goal is to make a normal guy gets lost in a completely crazy world and it could happen to you almost like it's a campfire story, like a Tales from the Crypt episode, then okay, that ending for sure is like, that's probably like, you know, like he got out and then his life's maybe back to normal. But they bring in the thing is like, they bring in all these personal things, his grandfather, there's a lot more going on than just him in some like surface level place. The history there with the gods and all this and that. I mean, you could say some of it's flavor, but that coupled, I feel like, with the surrealism and this kind of like, yeah, like fae folk, kind of dreamy, folky, kind of folktale kind of vibe going on. I don't know. I don't know if I guess the ending would be still fine with that, but that kind of stuff I feel like is the dialogue kind of fights against a little bit. Anyways, we'll see if anything pops up after this, and then give a shit about it a bit more. But overall, I liked it. I'd say it was solid. Good. I think it kind of depends on what you're after. There's a nicheness there, but I think if you're after a somewhat spooky themed, more not quite walking sim, but more closer to a walking sim, kind of like, you know, sort of amusement park ride. There's enough agency there of like where to go and what order to do it, sort of, and like enough little bits of loot that it doesn't come across as just like a raw walking sim. And I think either way it'd be fine, but I think if you like a good surrealism, dreamy vibe, it has a lot of unique imagery, and or at least it brings in enough variety of imagery. Oh, unto the dog has a real dog. Shit. Rip Poochie. Well, let's see if something pops up before I talk more. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the game's solid. I like it. I think it's got some harmless faults, but not really adding to it. I think the actual gameplay parts, like this health system, probably, I mean, like I said, I haven't read many reviews or anything, people's thoughts on it. I just wanted to soak it, but little I did see is you'd see some people bitch about the health drain. It's so like fucking ignorable usually. I play super slow. I'm doing like these fucking like pans and just kind of walking, enjoying that. And I had zero problems. I restored my health like once just to test it, like the max health, and I died a fair bit. I even jumped off a cliff just for fun at some point. Like, so if you explored even a little bit, you'd be able to get your max health up a couple times. And honestly, it's like, I mean, there's some enemies that are just bullshit and just insta-kill you, so it doesn't even matter what your health is, and then others that are just like, they might whittle you down from full at the end, like before these sections, but also, this song's a little... This game has this like deal where it's like 80% of the time, I gotta lower it there, but like my arbitrary random feel percent, it's got this like really like kind of dreamy, surreal, like you're stuck in this like kind of bizarre forest where like real people have been stuck, and there's like monsters and shit, and then you've got like stuff like this where it's like this, like I feel like I'm supposed to start a playthrough of RE5 with this music, or like his dialogue, and it like goes like super contrary to the strengths of the game. It's funny because the music's pretty good for most of the game. It's very ambient, very, like I said, lends itself to the kind of sometimes abstract visuals. It's surreal. It's a combination of like real stuff and, you know, bizarre horror shit. Pretty much. I guess that'd be textbook realism. But yeah, so like the gameplay stuff, I mean, the health system's like super ignorable. You can pick up a lot of shit. I mean, it's fun to grab and know you're like more safe, I guess. You don't have to worry about it. It's just kind of whatever. I mean, you get an item at the end if you're even sort of trying. If you, I mean, it'd be easy to miss, I guess, because you might not know where to put the fucking vases. But because it's not super obvious that those vases go at that spot, right? You'd only get one and then put it on there. That probably would be better if you've got one before that point. Then you'd try it. That's not a big deal. But yeah, so like I don't find the health thing to be like a big problem. That's kind of like one of those like forgettable things. I think as far as like how it affects the gameplay, like I said, you just treat it as like this kind of immersive, slightly more open walking sim thing. I guess we'll it's kind of it's not quite like an excuse of like we just wanted to make a game where we want to make a story and stuff, but we have to like add gaminess to it to justify it being a game. Like I've played games that feel like that. It's not like that at all. It's just kind of a light thing, which I'd prefer. If this was like a fucking, I had like a piss meter, a fingerless glove meter, a wash my clothes meter, I think it would take away from what I found to be the strongest part of the game was like the surrealism, the dreamy vibe, the almost comfy but also spooky kind of like meandering into like different, like, you know, like the Challenger spaceship or like some kind of weird, you know, like the fairy thing, but then there's like creatures and bunkers and, you know, you're not quite sure exactly what you're gonna get, but you're just kind of rolling through this forest. Different shit's popping up. Not quite like a Yume Nikki where they really go all out, but like in that kind of vein. So I'm glad that the systems, that's why I said I don't find it to be a big problem. They're not like a plus, but I don't think it really like hurts it. You get a little reward of exploration and that kind of that. The puzzles and stuff, I guess that part of it, they're fine. I don't think I'd like remember the puzzles super. They're not like super difficult or anything. There's like a couple that are sort of like too much effort for very little like gain where you can intuit your answer without it. Like the one where you have to count the letters and then fuck around. It's like Jesus, like the semicolon's already enough to kind of probably give you the idea. Once you understand the rules, you don't really need to go through with the rest of it. It's one of those like it's a cute puzzle, but it's probably too much work. Because most of the game isn't that like cryptic and that like I don't need to take notes kind of game. So when you get to a puzzle that's just like almost busy work, or puzzles that have a lot of interpretations and you have to run through all these permutations to like that same one, to get to the point where you understand exactly what they're going for. Then it's kind of like, you know, it's not that kind of game. I don't think they like went all in on that kind of puzzle stuff to justify that, because it kind of fucks with the pace to the point that I double checked one online, the pot one. I was like, all right, man, there's like 50 ways you can interpret this myth, and there's clearly like two sets of like obvious A and B connections, but that's not the case. Like, there's just like one that just kind of fits in at a random place. So some of those felt like they could be way harder, but like which would be fine, but some of them haven't like intuitiveness that's not there, or kind of a moon logic that's kind of there. That's kind of feels a little sloppy, but kind of like, yeah, some of them could be harder. Maybe you could like have to walk around places and discover more shit and think things through. I think it was probably fine for what it is. Like I said, the strength is the atmosphere. I want to experience more of that at a nice clip. So having just enough interaction to keep it from being just like a raw, like maybe walking sim that might be not engaging, possibly, is fine. There's just honestly a couple puzzles that end up being a little, maybe difficult, but a little too time consuming. Is there a little too open or some interpretation? I wouldn't recommend it if you just like want a puzzle game, but as far as like horror puzzle combos, it's totally fine. A little bit of an adventure game vibe. You generally are locked into an area. He's going to tell you you can't go to certain places. General game sense is going to be enough. Like, you're not going to have to backtrack a shitload. Even if you think you might, there's probably somewhere to go. I don't think I was really lost much because of that. It comes across like it's going to be this, like, you just walk around and have to figure things out game, but it's actually a little bit more linear than you think. There's maybe like 2 parts. Like maybe the very beginning you could take in 2 different orders. You go to the anchor place or you go to the shell place, but the spirit just is right next to you, so you end up going to the shell place first. It doesn't take a genius to figure out, you know, the other spot on the maps where you want to go, so. If you're looking for more kind of truly getting lost in the forest, trying to find shit, it's deceptively open. It's actually pretty linear. I think it's effective enough. Like I said, you keep going at a good clip. Like I said, it's not like a Yumaniki where it's like you really are just kind of like lost in this like dreamscape. But with that comes tedium and boredom for some people. So I think this is a fine way to do it, I guess. And I don't know what else was there in this. Like I said, I like the sound, the look, like the fidelity, I think was... I mean, it had some issues with, like, I don't know if it was DLSS, I don't know if it was some PlayStation shit, some of the rain and stuff. Sometimes it kind of is like a boon to it. There's this kind of, like, feeling of obscured, like, visuals. Some of the rain and the fog and all that. That at times, like, I feel like sometimes my eyes couldn't even focus, which was kind of what kind of added like a, like I said, that kind of like lost in the real world type of vibe. Some of it might be purposeful, some of it might have just been incidental, like the rain effects being a little fucked. There's clearly a few little visual glitches, like at the end there, and then the fucking mirrors and glass was really odd. I mean, maybe that was like bad, and they're just like, you know what, it adds a weird vibe to it, so just leave it. Otherwise, it's like, I mean, it's so obscured in shadow and dark and all that the fidelity's not a big problem at all. It's good. I'd say I like it. There's a lot of brush. I never felt like it was like, you know, like you weren't in a forest, right? The way the trees move, the sound of you know, some kind of deep horror ambience at times when you're approaching certain things. There's some times where you get the generic, like, horror strings, like the spider noises or whatever they call them. Those are a little corny sometimes, but... because sometimes they'll last a little too long, but for the most part, I mean, it's cool. I think overall the sound design and the ambience and how that worked with the... pretty strong art direction, I guess is what you'd call it. Worked out pretty well. Yeah, just love the variety of the locations and the feel of just rolling around. I think, like I said, stuff like the dialogue cuts into it a little bit. I mean, it adds a little sometimes. Like this family, or like, you know, adding a little to like what's going on, or that there were just people lost here and making a life, I guess. I think a lot of that could be a little bit more strong. It didn't feel like it meshed with the atmosphere super well. It felt not even super engaging, despite being a very blunt, like him even, you know, he's saying stuff like he's going Terminator mode, he's really hungry, like he's giving you like the real dude, you know, reactions to what's going on, and I don't know. I didn't find that terribly engaging, and if anything, I feel like it cut into what was into the atmosphere a bit. And I feel like it probably could have like synthesized a little bit better, and still maybe gotten some of that same information across. I mean, the VAs also probably wouldn't help in a whole lot. I mean, there's a charm there for sure. I mean, it might have just been like a dove, right? It wasn't like rancid or anything, but you know, to be like an everyman in the forest, and you're supposed to be reacting, and he's shocked about his, you know, family, or he wants to make sure he's there for his son, and that's everything to him. There's a certain, I guess, range that kind of has to, I feel like, happen, and I don't know if it quite hit that. So sometimes it kind of is distractingly, like, God, I always hate saying the word amateur. Amateur voice acting. It's also pretentious, right? But I mean, that's just how it is. I mean, nobody's gonna like pretend I was like golly voice acting. I mean, it was fine. There's not like rancid, right? Like where you're like laughing, but like I said, I feel like you could almost even have like that kind of voice acting with the right dialogue, but the dialogue they're going for is much more human plain, not like, you know, subdued or surreal. I'm not saying I need him to become some kind of like Twin Peaks character or something, but maybe keeping some of it in the pants. Sometimes he just kind of says stuff, you know. This is one of those that really could work well with just even just text. I mean, honestly, no ripping out of any kind of atmosphere. But then again, maybe not. I ain't got no answers. I'm just saying. Yeah. What else? I don't know. Kind of talked gameplay. I do feel like, I mean, definitely play this on PC. It's kind of had this like lethargic feel to the twin sticks. Now, I mean, that's kind of how twin sticks are in general, and I try to not do FPS or first person games with controllers because of that, but it felt like it almost had like some acceleration. I know you got used to it after a bit, but precision and speed was not there, and there's a few moments you kind of need it, like when you're trying to grab some stuff from the guys rolling around the gas swamp and stuff. Generally, it's fine. Like I said, the game's not too punishing. But, it's enough for sure. You're not like over loot and everything either, where you're needing to constantly like interact with a bunch of details. So I think it's fine on controllers. I would definitely recommend mouse and keyboard. The main reason I'd recommend PC though over this is, man, the technical side of this was bad. I didn't catch if this was ported by the devs or like outsourced, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm shocked they put left of that how it is. Really, I feel like just one playthrough. Maybe I just got insanely unlucky, but it would be enough to see there's just a couple really glaring faults with it. One, the menus, really bad. I mean, that you can't go up to go down on the menu, and it's like a 50 fucking page like scroll down that you don't scroll through instantly. It's like a good like quarter second every time. It's just like, I mean, that tedium just, I mean, it just, once again, it cuts right against the atmosphere. Like, there's zero reason I want to like mess with that. This isn't like a survival horror where it's like fun to mess with like inventory and shit, and even in those you don't want it. You want it to be, you know, from your head to the results as quick as you can, right? You don't want to just be like pointlessly like scrolling through shit. Right? Something like an RE4, you know, you spend a lot of time messing with the inventory, but it's all instant puzzle, like Tetris-y shit, right? And this, it's like, I'm just scrolling through a menu to get to a note to read for a puzzle. If you don't have the ability, or if you don't have the thought to like snapshot stuff, I took a lot of screenshots, little snips using OBS and all that. then you're gonna be scrolling through a lot of shit. It could have had a couple sort options, sort by recent, would have been perfect. You really don't need to go far back into the menus ever. You just need to check the like I said, you don't have to run back and forth from areas with puzzle stuff. You generally will walk up to an area and figure everything out right then and there. So there's like a couple Easter egg ones or like side things like the VHS, which probably not worth the trouble, but it's still kind of cool. And then like the pot one where like you might have to roll back, but otherwise like sort by recent would be plenty. That would be enough. Or it just defaults to recent. I don't see why it goes from the oldest to the newest. It's just insane. Even an option to skip like pages at a time. I mean, just anything, just basic shit, right? Now the reason it's like triple, double, quadruple bad is this game crashes a lot on PS4. I'm probably giving it a lot more patience than I imagine most people would, and that's not a plus for me. I mean, maybe it deserves a little bit more shit for it, but I meant like not like a noble thing. It's kind of almost unacceptable how much it crashes. If I wasn't into the atmosphere enough and kind of just like wanting to see a more indie project here, kind of seeing the vision, I'd probably be like, good God, man. And I tend to finish all my games too, so I will go through more hoops than I probably should. But it crashes a lot. That's why it would crash on just random moments. Usually has something to do with loading stuff quickly. You're phasing between a zone quickly, moving quickly, and the big one, going through that scroll menu. If you go too quickly through that scroll menu, and maybe it's not quickness, maybe it's just roll the dice, you will crash. So 50 fucking pages scroll down you need to do in some of these puzzles, and it's gonna fucking crash on me, dude, and I have to do it again. And then this game, despite not being punishing, you don't lose any progress, does not autosave a lot, when it really might as well. Because when you die, it just saves anyway, so it's like you might as well just save everywhere, because I'm not going to be able to reload. So what the problem with that is, you have to manually go to save spots. Sometimes there's autosaves between like walking between zones and shit. But so what'll happen is you'll open up that menu, do something, it'll crash the game, and at times I got lucky in the first half. I crashed 4 or 5 times, and I happen to have saved very recently. But it would crash on me in that maze, and I had to redo like 10-15 minutes of shit. It doesn't do much for the feel of the game or the pace. Let's just say that. Redoing stuff. Luckily, it's not hard stuff. Then you really get annoyed. Nobody likes to redo a challenge like that. It's not a good thing. This absolutely needs a patch. You can finish it. It's not like an El Paso Elsewhere situation where like you just couldn't get past a certain point without a patch. But you will want to save more than you should, which is kind of you going and making trips back you probably don't want to make, which fucks with like pacing sometimes. Attention and annoying irritation from the crashes and the risk of crashes. Not a good thing. Coupled with the bad menu, absolutely needs bad. Pretty bad. Didn't kill it for me, but I would imagine it would for a lot of people. And it definitely didn't add to it didn't add anything. That's true. It was a pure negative. It just wasn't a game breaker. I get shit happens. I mean, technical shit's gotta be ultra hard, but at the end of the day, it just doesn't work. The performance too. I don't know. I mean, the game, like I said, it looks nice. There's art direction there and stuff, and a lot of effects. So maybe it does just run hard, but I feel like, I mean, probably not Giga optimized. I think it generally ran okay. It was never like noticeably slow or anything, especially for the speed of the game until certain moments. So, Rain started up, affected it maybe a little bit, but when they spawn those enemies in that one section on the run back from the Challenger, I was getting like probably like 10 in that range. Really bad. Made that whole section kind of just a pain, especially because those guys are like on your ass and you're having to like mash buttons and stuff, and you're dying and redoing it, and it's just like ran like shit there. There was definitely a few other moments that it dipped. I don't think it was like wow, you know, this is just fucked. Like you shouldn't even be playing this. Like I've played some like that where it's like just an unholy port, like they just shat it out with the trick people kind of port. Like there's no quality control. It wasn't like that, but definitely a few bad ports. I would say the crashings, but I guess that's about it. End on the super negative there, but yeah, overall I liked it. I thought it was cool. I would reference it or recommend it, I suppose. If you're looking for kind of a dreamy, surreal, sort of walking sim-esque, like, you know, there's a little bit of puzzle, a little bit of adventure game stuff, but mostly an adventure through a spooky, not terrifying, but just enough like horror theme kind of thing. It's got its faults, it's jank. I wouldn't just like recommend it just, you know, with no caveat, but it's cool. I'll be curious to see what they're doing after this. I don't know if this is the first game or anything. If it is, that's pretty cool. But, yeah. Thanks for definitely the art direction and the feel, the ambience, and that's good because that was most of the game. But yeah, the rest of it either ineffective or just kind of worked against it. So. Anyways, guys, that's gonna be it for Lempo for me. Well, let's see the achievements real quick. Actually, I'm curious here. How do you open the? I thought there's like a quick trophy, man. I'm curious on these. I definitely missed the void stuff, whatever that was. Maybe there's other endings. I didn't really feel like it. Light 10 fires. Collect all the lighters. Don't die. Do you not have to get your shit back then? Don't sleep. Sleep 10 times or more. Yeah, there's just not much reason to. I mean, I slept a few times thinking it was going to be more heavy duty than it was. At the end of the day, it's like, it really... I mean, don't get me wrong. I would rather them have the option there. If the gameplay is going to be not that crazy, like, I don't need it to just be like a tedious. I was like, it's fine if you could sleep around a bunch of different places, but yeah, point was you just wouldn't even bother. Like it lowers your max health, but you can just use like the snake thing, and if you're paying attention, you get an upgrade for it to like heal yourself. And then there's like mushrooms, which I barely even use that you can use. You also get it back with like obelisks and certain puzzles and shit. There's, I mean, I wouldn't say I played like ultra well when you're avoiding shit, but there's just not enough probably threat. I mean, I played slow, so you just don't need to. I think if you're extremely like cautious, and I'd like to think I'm probably one of those sorts of people, like, but maybe just like even more fucking cautious. And you're just gonna assume the game is gonna be like ultra survival horror. Maybe you'd sleep 10 times just to always keep topped off, and then just like max your up your max health. There's only like 2 spots I saw that you could restore your max health. So. And then once you get the ring, you don't even need to bother. So, I don't know. It's this achievement I imagine most people. I mean, 4.6%, and it's easy to do. So I bet this is mostly just people cranking the achievement. All milings, I did not see. All the body parts, 0.7. Sleeping every bit. Wow. Never change the flashlight battery. I mean, really, you could do this one easy. it's not super. Maybe I should have turned the game down a little bit. I don't know. I mean, they gave you the opera mask that lets you pretty much see like you have a lighter out without the lighter. It was useful to have the actual flashlight out at times, but generally, it was more for, I feel like, immersion for me. I would use it than necessity. The achievement names are fun, but I honestly think they don't do much for the atmosphere when they pop up either. They probably, I mean, I know they're just having fun. I'm not like trying to dig into them or anything. When you're in there and you're like immersed and you see like, you know, like a movie reference or something. You're like, great earring, bro. Calm down, sisters. The truth is out there, you know. Like, I mean, they're not like the worst thing ever, but I mean, they're like, all right, it ain't doing much for you. Oh. So has this game actually been out on this platform for a while? And this is just the physical version? It says game progress 80%. Let's see. This game progress thing's always fucked. Unless you like load it back up and something happens. Let's find out. I mean, they did call it endless loop, didn't they? I don't know why PlayStation. No, endless loop was something. No, he got out. Seems like it.
Okay, this must be it.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Yeah, and I mean the ending's it's fine. I mean he just got out. He sees the thing at the end. Yeah, has this been on the platform? It's on sale. When did this come out? Okay, it came out digitally around the time I think it released on PC. Oof. Yeah, that's not. Do people actually like type in ratings on these shit? Yeah, that's not good because that means it's never getting patched. I mean, that was a year ago and some change. I mean, yeah, they got a physical edition out now. It's cool. I love physical editions, but it'd be one thing if this was like like with El Paso, where it's like it just came out. I don't even think this game was available at the time on PS5 at that point. This has been there for a year and some change. There's a lot of problems with the port. Oh well, I mean, it is what it is. They got it on there, I suppose. Anyways, guys, I'll catch you later. I'll probably be back on here to do some East in a few minutes or something. I don't know. Got work in 5.5 hours or so, so there's a chance I just kind of chill, but probably we got a lot to